Okay, give a minute. Where am I? Where did I stop? Okay, wait. Okay, I'm going to start from here. I don't remember if I discussed from here, but anyway, I'll start from here. Okay. In case. By discussing the path of the previous sadhus, one gets determination, courage, and satisfaction. When we discuss the path of devotional service, exhibited by Śrī Rupa, Śrī Sanatana, Śrī Raghunath, and Śrī Haridas Thakur, then we feel such happiness that it cannot be described. When the miscreant Mohammedans tortured Haridas Thakur, he said, Khanda khanda hoye deho jai jodi pran, tabu ami bodane na chhadi hari naam. Ei sob jibere Krishna parako prasad, mor drohe nohu e sobar upar. Even if my body is cut into pieces and I lose my life, I will never give up chanting the Lord's holy name. O Krishna, please be merciful upon these poor souls. Kindly excuse them for their offense of torturing me. So here we see that Thakur indicates that we should study the lives of Śrī Rupa, Sanatana, Raghunath Das, Haridas Thakur, and so on. Very important that we have an understanding of how to carry out Krishna consciousness. It is not just theory. We also learn how to implement. We have to examine how it has been implemented successfully in the past. Maintaining this type of determination and being compassionate to all living entities while always chanting the holy name of Krishna is the path of devotional service exhibited by the previous Mahajanas. A path cannot be manufactured. Whatever path is there should be accepted by sadhus. Those who are proud and want fame try vigorously to discover new paths. This is a disease of the modern world. That oops. Why is it not audible? I'm not mute. Mic seems okay. All right. Okay. A path cannot be manufactured. The modern world is obsessed with doing something different under the heading of innovation. But those who want to attain sadhana siddhi, the perfection of sadhana bhakti, they have to just follow the path which has already been implemented and shown and demonstrated. Those who have good fortune from past lives give up pride and respect the established path. Those who are unfortunate promenade on a new path. So those with no bhakti sukriti, they're the ones who are very attracted to different ways of implementing Krishna consciousness and thus cheat the world. Regarding such persons, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu quotes the Brahma Yamala as follows. Shruti Smriti Puranadi Pancharatra Vidhim Vina Aikantiki Harer Bhakti Utpatayaiva Kalpate. The quote ends there. And then Rupa Goswami remarks, Bhaktir Aikantiki Veyam Avicharat Pratiyate Vastutastu Tathanaiva Yad Ashastriyate Khyate. Devotion service of the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, and Narada Pancharatra is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. Such activities are born out of speculation, and therefore they only superficially resemble unalloyed devotion because they are disrespectful to the Vedic injunctions. Disrespecting Vedic injunctions falls in the category of atheism. Whenever there is disrespect for the scriptures, which are the Lord's instructions, that cannot be devotional service. So there's no such thing as adharma being mixed with devotional service. There is no place for, there is something called Nāmāśraya-bhakti, there is something called Karma-mishra-bhakti, but there is nothing called Adharma-mishra-bhakti. You cannot mix Anyabhilashita or Adharma with devotional service. One can marry in Krishna consciousness, one cannot divorce in Krishna consciousness because marriage is sanctioned in Shastra. The purport is that although the path of devotion is of two kinds, Vaidhi and Raganuga, the previous Mahajanas have clearly prescribed them according to one's qualification. These paths are explained in the scriptures such as the Shruti, Smriti, and Pancharatra. Shruti is one category of scriptures. Smriti is another category of scriptures. Pancharatra is another category of scriptures. Rejecting these paths, the new paths discovered by Lord Buddha and Dattatreya ultimately create disturbance. Notice this. Lord Buddha and Lord Dattatreya, they're all incarnations of the Lord. But even these paths are considered to be new. In the language of Vedic scriptures, old is gold. And anything which is new means it's bound to be wrong. There's a reason for that. As time progresses, everything degrades. In today's world, they imagine that we are actually better than how we were centuries back or millennia back, many millennia back, thousands of years back. But from the Vedic scriptures, we learn that exactly the opposite is true. Humanity was superior in every respect thousands of years back, and now we are degraded in knowledge, not just in philosophical knowledge, degraded in so many ways. So the intellectual capacity of human beings also degrades over time. Satya, Treta, Dvapara, Kali. In the past, just in general, people were far superior. Therefore, in the Vedic civilization, there is always the tendency to refer to the past. The past is value. The past is value. The past, we are not embarrassed or ashamed of the past. There may be some things which have gone wrong. We know that very well. But in general, overall, in the past, things were far superior. In general. So therefore, anything which is new is viewed with skepticism. There's always, by default, new is wrong. That's an exception, something new may be superior. Just like in the justice system, we have the concept that somebody is innocent until proven guilty, or somebody is guilty until proven innocent. So from the Vedic thought process, the idea is anything new is wrong until it is proven to be right. Whereas in today's world, we think the exact opposite. Tamoguna, therefore we think the exact reverse. So even the paths presented by Lord Buddha and Lord Dattatreya, even they are rejected. Even when Krishna speaks something wrong, it's rejected. Due to improper consideration, these new paths are advertised as unalloyed devotion service to Krishna, although they are not actually so. The proper path is exhibited in the Vedic literatures. Nowadays, many new paths are discovered, and they ultimately disappear along with their propounder. Inquiring about Sadharma, eternal religious principles, is one of the disciples' devotional duties. Therefore, Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu quotes the following statement from the Naradiya Purana. Achiradeva sarvartha siddhyat yesham abhipsitaha sadharmasyava bodhaya yesham nirbandhini matihi. Those who are eager to awaken their spiritual consciousness and who thus have unflinching, undeviated intelligence certainly attain the desired goal of life very soon. Those whose minds are determined to understand Sadharma, eternal religious principles, for them, they will very quickly attain success. Those who do not want to understand Sadharma, Sadharma means spiritual duty. Spiritual duty refers to Bhakti Dharma, pathway of pure Bhakti. This is different from the previous limbs of devotion service. It is one thing to take shelter of a bona fide guru. It is another thing to take shiksha and diksha from him. It is another thing to follow the pathway of the authorized liberated acharyas, sadhu marganugamanam. And it is another duty, a separate duty, to inquire about eternal religious principles, inquire about the duties of Krishna consciousness. In other words, one should inquire about what he is supposed to do. It's not enough just to know about all these things, but one should inquire, how am I supposed to implement Krishna consciousness in my life in such a manner that my lust, anger, greed is disappear, in such a manner that the anarthas, all of them, they disappear. That is a duty of a disciple. As fortunate persons wish to follow the characteristics of the sadhu's devotional service, they similarly desire to know their duty. Unfortunate proud persons act just the opposite. As they search paths different from those of the sadhus, they disrespect the sadhu's determined conclusions while respecting their own. They do not care to preach the teachings of Mahaprabhu to the people of this world. Rather, they preach doctrines contradictory to those of Mahaprabhu. They do not know how much misfortune they are creating by this. Those who are simple endeavor to properly learn the teachings of the Lord from Śrī Upadeśāmṛta. The Lord's teachings are our only life. Sadharma lies in this alone. The bona fide disciple especially tries to understand Sadharma. He tries to understand the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If he cannot understand on his own, then he prays at the feet of a Shiksha Guru and learns from him. One may have more than one Shiksha Guru. Those who have this kind of determination to know Sadharma quickly achieve their desired goal. Those who do not have this kind of determination to know Sadharma very slowly achieve their desired goal. By slowly, we mean several lifetimes. The Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu says, Anyabhilashita shunyam jnana karma dhyanavritam anukulyena krishnanu shilanam bhaktiruttama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. As long as this pure devotional symptom in the form of understanding Sadharma is not clearly manifest in the heart of an inquisitive person, his heart remains covered with darkness and he cannot know what is pure devotional service. If one depends on his own speculation, then unalloyed devotional service will not manifest in his heart. We meet many so-called panditas who think they have understood the constitution of bhakti by their knowledge and intelligence. Some of them have concluded that devotional service mixed with jnana is pure bhakti, and some of them have concluded that devotional service mixed with karma is pure bhakti. They are so proud that if they hear the teachings of Śrī Upadeśāmṛta, they say, everyone can make their own conclusion. What is the need for taking the conclusion of Chaitanya Charitamrita? These people never come in touch with Sadharma because they have no desire to know it. if I have no desire to know what is Shuddha Bhakti and how Shuddha Bhakti is different from Ashuddha Bhakti, and to what degree am I engaging in Ashuddha Bhakti, what should I do, what should I not do, what is the effect of Ashuddha Bhakti, what is the effect of Shuddha Bhakti, then, and so on. There are many more questions related to this. If they don't, if I have no desire to even know these things, I'm simply satisfied. I'm doing something and I'm happy. I'm complacent. I'm happy. Then you'll forever be like this. That's all. It's not that automatically you'll progress and automatically when you die, you'll go back to nothing of that sort. You are where you are. The result of performing their own concocted new process of devotion service is they can never relish pure devotion. Then further duties. It is a duty of a sadhaka to give up personal enjoyment for the sake of Krishna. Sense gratification is called enjoyment. Dovetailing one's lust for sense gratification in the service of Krishna is renunciation of enjoyment. Lust, in the context of sakama, nishkama, sarvakama, mokshakama, kama, in this context, kama simply refers to intense desire, obsessive desire, not necessarily sexual hankering, but other kinds of intense obsessive desires. All of them are referred to as kama, and in English, kama is properly translated as lust. Lust in English also generally refers to sexual lust, but sometimes it refers to non-sexual intense hankerings. So when one dovetails one's intense hankerings for sense gratification in the service of Krishna, then that is called renunciation of enjoyment. That is one of the duties of the sadhaka. It's a preliminary, these are all preliminary duties. When one converts his world of enjoyment into what is favorable for devotional service, thus giving up the spirit of enjoying those objects and accepting everything as Krishna Prasad, then this is called renunciation of enjoyment. There are two things. You have your spiritual life, you have your material life. Are you interested in sacrificing, when you are faced with the conflict between these two, what are you willing to sacrifice? Which are you willing to tone down in order to adjust things? If you are more interested in spiritual progress, then you will definitely want to minimize the problems by reducing our material life rather than spiritual life. But if you want to reduce your spiritual life in order to adjust, then you know that's a different track altogether. Minimized bhakti, punubhuta bhakti, takes several lifetimes to fructify. Pradhanibhuta bhakti, maximized bhakti, it can fructify in one lifetime. So it is our duty. It is our duty to increase our engagement in Krishna consciousness and decrease everything that is unfavorable for spiritual progress. Krishna will help us both directly and through the spiritual master and through other Vaishnavas. So it is our duty to give up sinful activities first of all, without compromise. Give up adharma. There is no place for offenses and sinful activities in Krishna consciousness. Absolutely no place. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited zero tolerance for mixing these two. Both in the case of Chota Haridas, for those who have given up family life, and in the case of Gopinath Pattanayak, for those who are householders. Lord Chaitanya had zero tolerance for this. So renunciation of enjoyment has an absolute meaning when it comes to renunciation of sinful enjoyment. Absolutely one should give it up. the Lord and his representatives like Bhaktivinoda Thakur have zero tolerance for that. Then going one step further, there is also a lot of sinless material enjoyment that is part of our life. Regarding that, we need to convert our world of enjoyment into what is favorable for devotional service. That is essential. For that, we need to do everything. We need to increase everything that is favorable for spiritual progress. We need to increase the quality and quantity of our chanting. Chanting is the most important element in devotional service. Actually. Out of 64 items, it's only the one activity, uttering the holy name of Shri Krishna, that has been chosen as the Yuga Dharma. So when we do that, then we attain strength. And we also become, Krishna also makes us alert about different kinds of offenses that we can commit or which we have committed. And he helps us understand what is progress, what is regress. And in that way, we become more and more capable of carrying out these injunctions. It's a struggle, but it is a worthwhile struggle. There are certain types of struggle in which even temporary failures are glorious. To reside in a holy place related with Krishna is also a limb of sadhana. This is preliminary. Notice this is preliminary. Sometimes I come across devotees who simply don't understand this simple point. You're supposed to live where Krishna lived. Dham has a potency of its own. Of course, to be in a dham and commit offenses or sinful activity, that is very dangerous. Prabhupada's disciples report that Prabhupada has said, if you live in Mayapur, you get 1,000 times benefit. But if you commit offenses, you get 1,000 times punishment. That is also there. Therefore, when we endeavor to make spiritual progress and we become very, very careful about avoiding sinful activities, offenses, we want to avoid everything that is dangerous, let me say like this. Anything which is even potentially dangerous. Then we become capable of residing in a holy place related with Krishna. If one resides in Sri Dwaraka, Sri Mathura, on the bank of the Ganges or at pastime sites of the Lord, then one naturally remembers Krishna. What greater gain can there be than this? Now, if you cannot do that, then what do you do? Okay, then you try to make your environment as much favorable to Krishna consciousness as possible. As possible, not as impossible. At every stage of life, one should accept only as much wealth as needed for the practice of devotional service. Desiring more than needed, bhakti will disappear. If wealth is not accepted according to one's need, however, then the practice of devotional service will be hampered. Too much money is a problem, too less money is a problem. There is something as too much money. It's just not good. Just as overeating is not good, over earning or over saving is also not good. One should carefully respect Sri Harivasa, the day of Lord Hari, Ekadashi. By observing Ekadashi, all the supporting principles of devotion service are practiced. The practice of devotion service becomes continuous by giving up all enjoyment and practicing devotion service once every fortnight. There are some spiritual masters, we've been told, who instruct their disciples to chant 25 rounds, at least 25 rounds every Ekadashi. Very, very nice. In general, Ekadashi, there are specific times and places where devotion service is easier. This is something which you will understand by experience. When you try to increase the quality and quantity of your chanting, you will understand this. On specific days, appearance days of the Supreme Lord, appearance days of the Acharyas, in specific places, in holy dhams, even when you are in a temple environment, and in that temple they carry out the rules and regulations of Pancharatrika Vidhi, Bhagavata Vidhi. You can feel that. You can directly experience the ease with which you can engage in the different items of sadhana bhakti. We should take advantage of these things. For one who worships and meditates on the earth, banyan trees, tulasi cows, brahmanas and Vaishnavas, all his sinful reactions are diminished. By these activities, one can please Krishna because these objects are auspicious for the world. So these are all auspicious. Do not hurt the earth, banyan trees, tulasi, cows, brahmanas, Vaishnavas. We will respect them. These are all simple activities by which we can actually please Krishna, become firmly situated so that we can make spiritual progress. Otherwise, we just regress. We regress. We don't just, theoretically, it's possible to just stay in one place, neither go up nor go down. Possible. But most of the time, if we don't strenuously endeavor to progress, Maya Devi will push us down. That's her task, that's her job. So she has to do her job. She's a servant of Krishna, she's a devotee of Krishna, she has to do her service. These 10 limbs of devotion service are the preliminary activities for worshipping the Lord. For those who neglect these 10 limbs, attaining devotional service in Krishna is very difficult. Most of the time, I notice both in my own life or in others' lives, when we don't pay sufficient attention to these preliminary activities, then practice of sadhana bhakti in a manner that one attains anartha nivritti. Bhajana kriya is supposed to lead to anartha nivritti. When that is too slow or when that is unregulated, meaning sometimes we go up, sometimes we go down. Sometimes we seem to be progressing, sometimes we seem to be regressing. All of that I notice when we don't take advantage of the prescriptions and prohibitions of Rupa Goswami in the first 20 items of sadhana book. The first 10 are prescriptions. Now you will see the next 10. They will talk about prohibitions. And these are all preliminary. So to attain full-fledged devotional service to Krishna is extremely difficult if we have problems with the preliminaries. These are actually preliminaries. Therefore, those who are aspiring for devotional service should first take shelter of Sri Guru, take initiation and instruction from him, and serve him. They should also follow the behavior of the sadhus and learn the conclusions taught by the sadhus. In order to make one's life Krishna conscious, one should reside in a sacred place related to Krishna and give up the enjoyment of sense gratification for the service of Krishna. In one's ordinary dealings, one should only accept the wealth that is necessary to favorably maintain Krishna's business. To practice devotional service, one should observe fast days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami. One should respect banyan trees in order to maintain the glories of this world, which is one of the Lord's opulences. These 10 rules must be followed, and the following 10 rules must be rejected. Otherwise, the practice of devotional service cannot be steady. One should not associate with persons who are averse to the Lord's service. One will have to meet such people in his ordinary dealings. But one should deal with them only until the work is finished. After the work is finished, one should not deal with them. Those who have not had loving devotion to Krishna awakened in their heart are always proud of remaining under the shelter of karma and jnana. Those who are worse don't even take shelter of karma or jnana. Therefore, they are called Bhagavad Bahirmukha, averse to Krishna. Those who worship many gods, those who are Mayavadis and thirsty for impersonal jnana, and those atheists who defy Vedic literatures are all Bhagavad Bahirmukha, averse to Krishna. In the Vedic system of knowledge, there is an expression, Nastika and Astika. Nastika is generally translated as atheist. But Nastikas actually refers to a person who does not accept Vedic authority. A person who does not accept Vedic authority is called a Nastika. Nastika. Correct. It's generally translated as a theist, but actually refers to one who accepts Vedic authority. So in the Vedic system of knowledge, if you do not accept Vedic authority, you are called a Nastika. Not necessarily, you may believe in God, but if you do not accept Vedic authority, then you are considered Nastika. And your association will be avoided by those who want to progress in spiritual realization. Here, prohibitions. Okay, now that I've come this far, let me also take up something that appears in one of Prabhupada's small books. Here. Prabhupada also explains these 10 in this manner. General practice, positive functions. That means prescriptions. There are prescriptions, there are prohibitions, things to do. The serious candidate must accept the bona fide spiritual mastery in order to be trained scientifically, because the senses are material. It is not at all possible to realize the transcendence by them. Therefore, the senses have to be spiritualized by the prescribed method under the direction of the spiritual master. When the student has chosen a bona fide spiritual master, he must take proper initiation from him. This marks the beginning of spiritual training. The candidate must be prepared to satisfy the spiritual master in every way. A bona fide spiritual master who is fully cognizant, informed of the methods of spiritual science, learned in the spiritual scriptures, such as the Bhagavad Gita, Vedanta Sutras, Srimad Bhagavatam and Upanishads, and who is also a realized soul, who has made a tangible connection with the Supreme Lord. So he should be learned, but he should also be realized. One can be learned and not realized. One can claim to be realized even though he is not able to prove that he is learned. But a factual, a competent spiritual master who can give Bhagavad Prema has to be someone who is learned and realized. It's a transparent medium by which the willing candidate is led to the path of the way. If the candidate is not willing, he cannot be led to the spiritual world. The spiritual master must be satisfied in all respects, because simply by his good wishes, a candidate can make wonderful progress along the path. The intelligent candidate places intelligent questions to the spiritual master in order to clear his path of all uncertainties. The spiritual master shows the way not whimsically, but in accordance with the principles of the authorities who have actually traversed the path. The names of these authorities are disclosed in the scriptures, and one has simply to follow them under the direction of the spiritual master. The spiritual master never deviates from the path of the authorities. The candidate should always try to follow in the footsteps of the great sages who have practiced the method and obtained success. This should be taken as a motto in life. Just do what has been done. Don't try to come up with some new pathway. One should not superficially imitate them, but should follow them sincerely in terms of the particular time and circumstances. The candidate must be prepared to change his habits in terms of the instructions contained in the books of authority. And for the satisfaction of the Lord, he must be prepared to sacrifice both sense gratification and sense abnegation. Sense gratification is one extreme, bhoga. Sense abnegation is tyaga. Give up both and just do what is required, following the example of Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. The candidate should live in a spiritual atmosphere. He must be satisfied with as much wealth as is sufficient for maintenance only. He should not try to amass more wealth than is necessary to sustain himself in a simple way. He must observe the fasting dates, such as the 11th day of the growing and waning moon. He must show respect to the banyan tree, the cow, the learned brahmana, and the devotee. These are the first stepping stones on the path of devotional service. Gradually, one has to adopt other items which are negative in character, meaning prohibitions. One should give up certain things. One whose faith in pure devotional service has not developed should not be accepted as a disciple. Otherwise, the disciplic chain of devotional service will be polluted. In other words, you will contaminate the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. One who is not interested in pure devotional service does not even have faith that if I engage in pure devotional service, everything will be taken care of. Such a person is unfit to be accepted as a disciple. Very dangerous. One should give up. In fact, elsewhere, Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes that even if one is a Mahabhagavata, he will fall down. Mahabhagavata means in Uttama Vaishnava. The Uttama Vaishnava will also fall down if he breaks this rule. One should give up the endeavor for starting new big projects because it diminishes one's devotion to Krishna. One should not read or explain various types of books except those which lead to the advancement of devotion service. One should discuss those scriptures wherein devotion service is instructed and explained, such as the Vedas, Smritis, Puranas, Pancharatra, and the writings of the Mahajanas. From books with other opinions, only useless arguments are learned. In other words, there's no need to read anything which is imperfect. We should know what is imperfect. Anything which is not coming from the Vedic scriptures or from the liberated acharyas is imperfect. And there's no need to read these kinds of books in order to be known as a person filled with worldly knowledge and wisdom. The endeavor for food and clothing must always remain either in household life or in renounced life. Therefore, there's a need of generosity in such dealings. According to the Padma Purana, Alabdheva Vinashteva Bhakshya Chadana Sadhane Aviklava Bhutva Harimeva Dhyasmare. The mind of one who has taken shelter of the holy name is undisturbed, even if food and clothes are not easily obtained, or if they are obtained but then lost. Leaving behind all material attachments, he takes complete shelter of Govinda. The purport is that whether a sadhaka stays at home or in the forest, means whether he's a householder or whether he is a renunciate, staying in an ashrama or some other place, without sinful activities, without engagement in family life, he will have to endeavor for food and clothing. The householder should find out his food and clothing through agriculture or business, protecting the citizens or by serving others. A renunciate should accomplish this by begging alms. In those activities, a devotee should not be agitated if food and clothing are not obtained or if they are obtained and then lost. He should peacefully remember Krishna. Householders lament if they lose their wife, children, etc. But a practitioner of devotion service should not maintain this lamentation very long. They should quickly give up their lamentation and engage in the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. A renunciate should not lament if he does not possess a quilt, a water pot, or other arms, or if these things are stolen by man or animal. A practicing Vaishnava should give up all urges like lamentation and anger. Otherwise, there will be obstacles in his constant remembrance of Krishna. In other words, we should not be disoriented by the material happiness and material unhappiness that we come across in our life, there will always be some cause for happiness. There will always be some cause for unhappiness. This is according to the history of our punya and papa. So we should train ourselves under the guidance of more advanced devotees to not become disoriented by all these things. Just be fixed on the goal. We have a goal. The goal should be attained. Am I moving towards sadhana siddhi or am I moving away from sadhana siddhi? That is something that we need to keep examining all the time. Instead of being sidetracked by material happiness on one side or material unhappiness on another side. It is explained in the Padma Purana. Shokamarshadivir bhavair akrantam yasya manasam katham tasya mukundasya spurti sambhavana bhavet. Within the heart of one who is full of anger or pride or lamentation on the state of his wife or sons, there is no possibility of Krishna being manifest. In other words, there is no possibility of attaining the perfection of Prema Bhakti. Those who endeavor for devotional service should only worship Krishna. They should not worship various demigods, but they should not also disrespect the demigods or the scriptures. When coming before a demigod, one should offer respect, knowing them to be Krishna's servant. In the Padma Purana it is said, Harireva Sadaradhya Sarvadeveshwareshwaraha Itare Brahmarudradhya Navadhyaya Kadachana. Krishna or Hari is the master of all demigods, and therefore he is always worshipable. But this does not mean that one should not offer respect to the demigods headed by Brahma and Shiva. The purport is that the Supreme Lord is one, and others, Brahma and Shiva, are his qualitative incarnations, Gunavatars. Particular demigods are worshipped by people according to their qualifications. But Lord Vishnu is the only worshipable Lord for people who are in the mode of goodness. After worshipping various demigods for many lifetimes, one life becomes auspicious when he comes to the point of accepting Vishnu as the only Supreme Lord. For many lifetimes I may be in Tamoguna, for some lifetimes I may be in Rajoguna, and then I may come to Satoguna. In Tamoguna, we engage in Anyabhilashita. We engage in adharma. In Rajoguna, we engage in karma, in material dharma. In Satoguna, we become interested in liberation from material existence. When the living entity transcends the three modes by worshipping in the mode of goodness, he attains the service of Lord Krishna. One should be merciful and not cause anxiety to any living entity. The heart should always be filled with compassion for others. Exhibiting mercy to all living entities is one of the limbs of devotional service. A person aspiring for devotional service should carefully practice this characteristic. Now, bestowing mercy to all living entities means to help them take to devotional service unto the Lord. This is the sort of mercy that we are talking about. Even if circumstantially householders are required to also be materially compassionate. But even then, Vaishnava householders always have the tendency to mix that material compassion with spiritual compassion. It's not enough just to give food or to even give Krishna Prasadam. We give Krishna Prasadam and we try to convince the person to take to the simple process of chanting the holy names, or to read some book of Prabhupada, or to visit the temple, and so on, somewhere. We try. It is most essential for an aspiring devotee to give up the 10 offenses in chanting and the offenses in the matter of serving the Lord. The offenses in the matter of serving the Lord refer to the offenses in deity worship. For ordinary devotees, there is some consideration of offenses in serving the deity of the Lord. Extraordinary devotees simply chant Hare Krishna constantly. And therefore, they're not attracted to all aspects of deity worship and so on, generally. It is not possible to give up all the offenses in serving the Lord, but one must give up some of the offenses before entering the temple room. The 10 offenses in chanting have been discussed in many places. The practitioner should carefully give up those offenses. For those who are negligent in this regard, endeavoring for devotion service becomes useless. Because I am trying to progress and I am trying to regress. Progress, regress, progress, regress, progress, regress. And then that goes on for 10, 20, 30, 40 years with hardly any progress. If our lust, anger, greed, the 3 gateways to hell, if even that is not reduced, what did they achieve? We should ask these questions. If our attraction to earth and home is not decreased, we should ask ourselves, am I really progressing? For those who are negligent in this regard, endeavoring for devotional service becomes useless. It is written in the Padma Purana. Sarva aparadha kridapi muchyate harisamshraya harerapyaparadhanya puryad vipadapam sanah Nāmāśraya kadachit syat taratyeva sa nāmatah namno hi sarva sukrudo hi aparādhat patatyatha. The purport is that if one takes shelter of Lord Hari, then all his offenses are vanquished. All offenses committed in the service of the Lord are destroyed by taking shelter of the holy names. The holy name alone delivers the Vaishnavas. For those who have taken shelter of the holy names must give up the 10 offenses in chanting. Otherwise, they will surely fall down, even though they have taken shelter of the holy name. Taken shelter of the holy name means to become resolutely determined to increase the quality and quantity of one's chanting. But even persons who have been blessed with that determined resolution, even they, if they do not want to give up the 10 offenses in chanting, they'll fall down, they'll regress. It's very, very dangerous. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur repeatedly underscores this teaching. A practitioner should not allow blasphemy of Krishna or the Vaishnavas to enter his ears. Wherever such blasphemy is taking place, he should leave. Those with weak hearts who tarry out of social etiquette to hear blasphemy of Krishna or the Vaishnavas are gradually distracted from devotional service. So gradually, our taste for Krishna consciousness will diminish. So those who criticize Krishna or Krishna's devotees, especially we are talking of devotees who are Uttama Vaishnavas, Uttama Adhikaris, established Acharyas, Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and their predecessors. If we continue to mix with people who have offensive misconceptions and who repeatedly commit such offenses by talking ill of worshipable beings, if we mix with such persons, then gradually we will lose the taste for chanting, we'll lose the taste for every activity of devotional service. So it's better to just keep away from these people, just keep away. By careful practice of the above mentioned 20 limbs, one's bhava, devotion sentiment is awakened. The mercy of Krishna is the root cause of awakening bhava. Without sadhusanga, one cannot achieve the mercy of Krishna. The principal forms of sadhusanga are taking shelter of the lotus feet of the spiritual master, taking initiation from him, and serving him. You should again remember that the spiritual master, there can only be one initiating spiritual master, but one can have several instructing spiritual masters. Okay, coming back to easy journey, Prabhupada's list one should avoid offenses in the discharge of devotional service and in chanting the holy names. He should avoid extensive association with non-devotees. He must not take on unlimited disciples. This means that a candidate who has successfully followed the first 12 items can also become a spiritual master himself, just as a student becomes a monitor in class with a limited number of disciples. He must not pose himself as a vastly learned man simply by quoting statements and books. He must have solid knowledge of the necessary books without superfluous knowledge in others. Regular and successful practice of the above 14 items will enable the candidate to maintain mental equilibrium even amidst great trials of material loss, and in the next stage, the candidate does not become afflicted by lamentation and illusion. He does not deride another's mode of religion or worship, nor does he deride the personality of God and his devotees. He never tolerates blasphemy against the Lord or his devotees. He should not indulge in the discussion of topics dealing with the relationship between man and woman, nor should he engage in useless topics concerning others' family affairs. He should not inflict pain either in body or in mind upon other living beings, whomsoever they may be. Out of the above 20 items, the first 3 positive items are imperative and most essential for the serious candidate. Among the other limbs of devotional service mentioned after these, accepting the symbols of a Vaishnava up to meditation under the category of accepting the symbols of a Vaishnava up to meditation come under the category of Archana. One should practice all these limbs of bhakti to the best of one's capacity after receiving them from the spiritual master. Servitude, friendship, and complete surrender are the activities for awakening bhava. In reality, these activities themselves become bhava. Only in the stage of sadhana are they counted as sadhana bhakti. Whatever one's most cherished items are in this world, and whatever is very dear should be offered to Krishna. This statement has several meanings. The purport is that one should not enjoy anything just because it is very dear to oneself, but one should offer it to Krishna and enjoy it as his prasad. In Indian families, there used to be a custom, and I think that this custom might be there in some parts of India even now. When you buy something new, you place it before deities at home or photographs of the Lord. You offer obeisances, and you seek the Lord's blessings. At least as a tradition, it used to be carried on, at least in few days of the year and so on. It is coming from this scriptural rule. Whatever ordinary and spiritual endeavors are there, when done for the sake of Krishna, they become auspicious. It is said in Narada Pancharatra and quoted in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Laukiki, Vaidiki Vapi, Yakriya Kriyate Mune, Hari Sevan Kulaiva Sakarya Bhakti Michhata. One should perform only those activities, either worldly or prescribed by Vedic rules and regulations, which are favorable for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. So if one wants to engage in first-class devotional service, he has to appropriately cut out various aspects of his life which don't positively help you in making spiritual progress. Shraddha, sadhu sangha, bhajana kriya, anartha nivritti, nishtha, ruchi, asakti, and so on. Marriage and other purificatory ceremonies of the smartas are Vaidiki or prescribed Vedic regulations, and social and bodily activities performed to maintain one's status quo are Laukiki or worldly. Marriage is for the establishment of Krishna's family. Producing children is for increasing Krishna's servants. Offering oblations to the forefathers is for the satisfaction of Krishna's servants. Feasting is for the gratification of Krishna's living entities. All these activities should be dovetailed in the favorable service of Krishna. This is how household life should be executed. Everything is meant to be mixed with Vairagya, Vidya, and Bhakti. then one will not fall into the grip of unfavorable fruitive activities. The body, house, and everything else belongs to Krishna. Thinking in this way, one should protect the body, the house, and the community. This is called Krishna's family. And it should be utilized to further Krishna's mission. The whole life of a practitioner should be decorated with full surrender. The six types of surrender are explained in many places in the devotional scriptures. The life of a living entity is useless without surrender. The living entity should always worship Krishna with full surrender. Shadanga Sharanagati Hoibe Jaha Na Prarthana Shune Sri Nanda Kumar. Krishna, he listens, the son of Nanda Maharaj, he listens to the prayers of one who has surrendered himself unto Krishna's lotus feet in terms of the 6 limbs of Sharanagati. That's a songbook called Sharanagati by Bhaktivinoda Thakur that can be referred. Very nice book. You will see very clearly each item of Sharanagati, what it means. Items that are related to Krishna are called Tadiya. Serving Tulasi is the primary form of Tadiya Seva. It is said in the Skanda Purana. Drishta Sprishta Tathadharata Kirtita Manita Shruta Ropita Sevita Nityam Pujita Tulasi Shubha Navadha Tulasim Devim Ye Bhajanti Dine Dine Juga Koti Sahasrani Devasanti Hare Grihe. Tulasi is auspicious in all respects. Simply by seeing, simply by touching, simply by remembering, simply by praying to, simply by bowing before, simply by hearing about, simply by sowing, simply by offering water to, or simply by worshipping Tulasi, that is always auspiciousness. Anyone who comes in touch with the Tulasi tree in the above mentioned 9 ways lives eternally in the Vaikuntha world. Service to Tulasi is extraordinarily powerful activity. Therefore, Prabhupada, in the temples, of course, the homes are meant to be following what the temples are doing. Prabhupada, he had us engage in Tulasi Puja, both in the morning and in the evening. Extraordinarily powerful. Literatures that substantiate devotion to Krishna are counted among Tadiya. Srimad Bhagavatam is the topmost amongst them. In the same way, Śrī Chaitanya Charitamrita commands similar respect. Those who regularly read and hear these devotional scriptures are glorious. Holy places associated with Lord Krishna, such as Mathura, are appropriate residences for a practitioner. Among such places, residence in Mathura is the topmost. Residing in Sridham Navadip is as good. It is written in Śrī Brahmanda Purana. Shruta Smrita Kirtita Cha Vanchita Prekshita Vata Sprishta Shrita Sevita Cha Mathura Bhishta Rayini. One who hears about, remembers, glorifies, desires to achieve, sees from a distance, comes near, touches, accepts as one's shelter and serves Mathura, achieves the fulfillment of all desires. Okay, let me make a note somewhere. I will make a note. I will make a note here. So then I'm completed up to this. How do I find this out? The devotees of Okay, wait, let me just put the reach on this. Okay. From books with other opinions, only useless arguments are learned. Could you kindly elaborate? From books which are not part of the Vedic system, what exactly we are going to learn? How is it going to help us in our Krishna consciousness? It's not going to help us in our Krishna consciousness. We simply become severely argumentative, because in practically every book you will come across its own set of arguments for coming to its own set of conclusions. Pratishtha. But logic is baseless by itself. Mere logic is baseless. Only when logic becomes a handmaid of Vedic authority, only then it becomes useful. What should one do when a devotee is blaspheming another devotee before you? Pray to Krishna, and if it is possible to rectify the situation, do it. If that is not possible, I think that we should try to get out of these scenarios. If it's not possible to rectify, that's allowed. How to encounter when some senior devotees talking ill about other temple management policies enforced upon them, and which are explicitly not good also. Some things are a little bit complicated. When it comes to policies, you'll have to inquire why it is so, and some things may be wrong, it's possible, but some things may be right also. So one has to carefully examine what is the history behind the creation of such policies. And if you are able to solve a problem, okay, but if you cannot solve the problem, you have to progress in your own Krishna consciousness. And at the right time, Krishna will use you to become a part of the solution. Living in Dham is one of the preliminary angles of devotion service. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and other acharyas insisted on preaching Krishna consciousness everywhere. How to understand this living in the Dham and preaching in one's life? For that, you need to consult your spiritual master. That's why we need a spiritual master who tells us which combination of bhakti angas are applicable at which stage in our life, in our spiritual life, and which stage in our material life also. So that Lord Chaitanya knows. He knows very well who is meant to engage in what. The same personality, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who said we should spread the holy names everywhere, he sent Rup Sanatan and the other Goswamis to Vrindavan. Why? Was that a waste of time? The same Lord Chaitanya was ecstatic about Haridas Thakur's preaching. He ordered him to sit at Siddhapakal and simply chant constantly. Was that a waste of time? We cannot be more compassionate than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There's a place for everything, there's a time for everything. We should not try to be over smart. When there's time to do certain things, Lord Chaitanya, he would have those things done. Haridas Thakur did not protest. Haridas Thakur, in fact, in the final moment also, he simply chanted Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Simply wanted to preach Lord Chaitanya. If Lord Chaitanya says, pack up your bags and go and preach, and then Lord Chaitanya's pure devotees will do that. When Lord Chaitanya says, no, you sit down here and chant, the same devotee will sit down and chant. There's a place for everything. Svapakar, Paropakar. Both have their role to play. Bhaktivinoda Thakur himself has noted that the one who is interested only in preaching is actually a third class Vaishnava. One who's interested only in his own benefit is a second class Vaishnava. The one who's interested in his own benefit and he wants to preach, he's a first class Vaishnava. There are a number of people I know who only engage in the activities of sadhana bhakti in order to enhance their preaching. These people are definitely the third class Vaishnavas what Vinod is talking about. Because they don't have a personal, see, in sadhana bhakti, you have to have the desire to attain bhava bhakti. It's not simply the activity that counts. What is your desire? What is your desire? Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhava sadhana vidhan. When is it called sadhana bhakti? Sadhana bhakti is engagement in the activities of bhakti through the senses, through the mind and senses. Actually, that is why it is called sadhana bhakti. In prema bhakti, your spiritual body is already activated, so you are not utilizing your material mind and senses. Actually, you yourself are engaged in direct service to Radha Krishna, or Yashoda Krishna, or Krishna Balaram, or whatever. You are serving Krishna using your spiritual senses, not spiritualized material senses, your own original spiritual senses. But in sadhana bhakti, you utilize your material mind and material senses. That is one component. There's another component of sadhana bhakti. One must have a desire to attain bhava bhakti. Sadhya bhava must be aiming to attain bhava bhakti. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches these things in Shikshashtaka. He teaches this. There are some prayers. Nayanam galadashu dharaya, vadanam gadgadarudhaya gira, and so on. These two factors make bhakti into sadhana bhakti. So, the person who has no desire to even attain bhava bhakti or prema bhakti, but engages, but considers those activities of bhakti to be simply some kind of subsidiary item for preaching of bhakti, for others' benefit. That means he only wants paramopakara. He is not interested in svabhakara. Definitely he is a third class Vaishnava. Whereas the second class person, he actually wants only svabhakara. He wants to attain Krishna prema. He wants to move from sadhana. He wants to come to pure sadhana bhakti, then pure bhava bhakti, then pure prema bhakti. And all these activities of preaching he is doing because that will also please Krishna. Jivedaya pleases Krishna, and then Krishna will bless him with progress from pure sadhana bhakti to pure bhava bhakti to pure prema bhakti. That is second class Vaishnava. The first class Vaishnava, he has directly been blessed by Krishna. He actually wants to attain prema bhakti, but he also wants others to attain prema bhakti parallelly, two tracks. That is a very exalted soul, no doubt. Very exalted soul. One who has no desire to progress, simply considers achar or svabhakara to be something which is for God's sake we need to do, because otherwise preaching will not have effect. That person is certainly engaged in third class devotions. We should not, at least we should be in the second class platform, then progress further. Just seeing Tulasi, one lives in Vaikuntha. Well, when we properly begin to see Tulasi, then one can live in Vaikuntha. Yes. Is Bhakti Aloka English translation available as a book in ISKCON bookstalls? I hope so. Bhakti Aloka has been translated twice. The one that I am reading is Bhumipati Prabhu's translation, proper disciple. Then there's another translation also. Bhanumadan. Should be available. Okay, anything else? All right.
Can you just repeat that second class devotee? What is second class devotee? You said at least we should try to come to that platform. What is that platform of second class devotee?
Second class devotee simply wants to progress. He wants to attain the perfection of Krishna consciousness himself. That is his be all and end all. Even if you convince him that preaching is a He will consider preaching to be an aspect of his own Swavapakara. That's all. He will preach for Swavapakara. He will preach for so that Krishna will be pleased, Hari Guru Vaishnavas will be pleased, so that he can attain Prema-bhakti. First class devotee, he is thinking about attaining Prema-bhakti and he wants others to also attain Prema-bhakti. Siddha Sarupa.
My humble obeisances, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, in this regard, that one should either live in Dham or not. When we read books like Vrindavan Mahimamrita by Prabodhananda Saraswati, then anyone can, desire that intense desire to live in Dham, because again and again, there in the book, Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur is emphasizing this point of importance of staying in Dham. And again, it is also said that some Brajabasis, they often quote that Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has somewhere mentioned that even demons like Putana and other Aghasur, when they came to Dham, and even they were also liberated by the mercy of Dham and by the mercy of Krishna. So now when we see the stand of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and even our own Srila Prabhupada, so they don't seem much favorable for for this kind of provision in the devotees society. That so my question is, now there are some gurus in ISKCON also who stress a lot about staying in Dham, and but again there is other side also where they say that you have not developed your Swarupa, then what Dham you are going to see? You will be simply staying in a geographical area called Uttar Pradesh, not in Dham. So now who is eligible to stay in Dham, and how should and what should one do if what is the process? Hare Krishna Prabhu.
There is no point in, we see many devotees, many persons who go and stay in some holy dham and ultimately die somewhere else. Not easy to die in a dham also. They end up committing a lot of offenses and then regress in Krishna consciousness and become complete atheistic. There are people who have gone to this extent also. Therefore, persons who know our strengths and weaknesses, they should be consulted for making such decisions. If we stay in a temple where there are deities of Lord Krishna and his associates, deities of Lord Chaitanya and his associates, installed according to the rules and regulations of Pancharadrika Vidhi and Bhagavata Vidhi, and you engage in the 64 items of devotional service in such places, then you perceive the effect of the spiritual world there also. So now, who is meant to be where? That Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his representatives, they will decide. If one is meant to be in a dham, then Krishna will decide that. He knows us. Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, they also very much endeavored to establish headquarters in the dham. It's not that they did not, they neglected it. I think there's a false dichotomy that preaching versus staying in the dham. Even in the dham, you are supposed to preach. Everywhere you are supposed to preach. Spreading Krishna consciousness, sharing Krishna consciousness is a part and parcel of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. Preaching is just sharing. So I am executing Krishna consciousness, I am progressing in Krishna consciousness. I am trying to become pure, I should help others try to become pure and try to help others understand why they need to become pure. So that is there everywhere. One cannot deny that. It's not that because I am staying in the dham, I should not preach. Nor is it that because I am preaching, I should not stay in the dham or visit the dham. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur established a gigantic institution, and then he made a rule that once a year everyone should come to Mayapur. And he said, just as Lord Chaitanya's devotees during his time in Bengal, once a year they would physically go and see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Like that, he said, once a year they must come to Lord Chaitanya's birthplace. Prabhupada even went to the extent of he created the annual Mayapur Vrindavan festival. And he went to the extent of saying you can have 11 issues of Bhakti Goddess per year. One issue, you can take it out to facilitate visit to Mayapur Vrindavan. Krishna consciousness, as shown by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, is definitely a region-based religion. You know, there are some religions which are not region-based. Some religions are region-based, like Islam, for instance. It's region-based. They offer this namaz. They face Mecca, the center of Islam. Some other religions don't seem to be region center, region based. But Saraswata Gaudiya Vaishnavism as taught by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati is undoubtedly a region based practice. Undoubtedly. That is why Prabhupada made a world headquarters in Mayapur. Wanted to build the largest temple in the planet there to teach the most difficult to understand area of Srimad Bhagavatam for the modern world. Nothing less than hunt for the rhinoceros. What is that? Nothing less than that. And it is a duty of all of us who live in the dhams to come up to ideal standards. Otherwise, you will not progress. And in fact, don't be surprised if Krishna kicks you terribly in public. Because the more mercy we get, the more privileges we get for spiritual progress, the more responsibility it is on us to come up to higher standards. That is also there. Then Goswami has also stated that there are several Rakshasas in Brajmandal, Mathura Mandal. It is kept as a security because people who would exploit the dham should not be allowed to do so. So everywhere if you notice, you'll notice there are some ways by which Krishna balances everything. Prabhupada established Krishna Balaram temple and he said if you want to understand ISKCON throughout the world, you just examine this one temple, that's enough. You will understand. And he allowed devotees to stay in the dham. Not that we stop all of our activities just to be in the dham. We are supposed to, most of us, we may need to be in the dham and we may need to carry out the Lord's injunctions outside the dham. Whatever it takes to progress in Krishna consciousness will accept. Okay, next question. How is it that the second class devotee progresses for first class practices when he does not have strong intensity for preaching? The second class devotee must become a first class devotee. Or actually, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he considers those who are only interested in personally attaining Prema Bhakti, considers them to be Kanishta Vaishnavas in fact. Kanishta Adhikari. And it is the Madhyama Adhikari who is interested in developing his love for Krishna, his friendship for the Vaishnavas. Ishwareta Tadhineshu, Balisheshu, Bishatsucha, Prema Maitri Kripa Peksha. This is a Madhyama Vaishnava actually. And one lower than that is Kanishta Vaishnava. The one who does not even want to attain pure sadhana bhakti, pure bhava bhakti, pure prema bhakti, he is just not even engaged in pure sadhana bhakti. Not even a Kanishta Vaishnava. It's not a Bhakti Adhikari in fact. He will preach that he may engage in, he may assist in some preaching. That person who's primarily interested in his own accomplishment, spiritual accomplishment. But that is only, he keeps checking, am I making spiritual progress or not? He's not bothered about other spiritual progress. Just wants to assist those who are preaching. Such a person will certainly progress. If you serve those who are Madhyama Vaishnavas, genuine Madhyama Vaishnavas, one will also become a genuine Madhyama Vaishnava. Okay. Anything else? Okay, further questions in Telegram. Panchayat Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.